my god. How many times have I done that? How many times have I just forgotten to unmute myself like that? God damn it. Wait a minute, is this not? Hold up. Okay, I think. Wait a minute. No, don't beat me up. Also, hey Kitsamani, how's it going? I think 4 times each time. Okay, well, clearly it's Kitsamani's fault. I mean, there you go. That's basically an admission of guilt right there. Also, why is it not, why is it not showing up? Please show up. Please show up. I would very much like, oh, come on, OBS. Don't do this to me. Don't be like this. All right, hang on. I'm gonna exit the game and we're gonna try again. Don't blame the fox child. But yeah, I was saying, today is case 3, and there we go. Thank God. I'm kind of excited for it. The thing about case 3 in an Ace Attorney game is it's usually the least interesting out of the bunch, just because case 1 and 2 are usually shorter and more concise, and usually they introduce new systems. Case 4 and 5 are longer, but they usually have an intertwining story between the two of them. Case 3, it's longer, but it doesn't tie into anything else. Which, you know, that kind of sucks. But actually, we probably won't have that issue with this one, because it seems like all of the cases are, like, interconnected. They're all, like, linked together in some sense. So, yeah, we might not actually have that problem this time. That'd be very cool. Let's see. Episode 3. The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century,
oh, hello.
I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night.
There's a smudge on
Though
my
the victim
glasses.
and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude.
the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Oh, cool. So, so this is the precursor to us, like, officially teaming up with Sholmes? Oh, that's so cool.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
Ah, yes. The Japanese characters have British accents.
This country is incredible.
Oh.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
Oh, this is cool.
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome
Oh my god.
to the centre of the world. Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Yeah, every big city thinks it's the center of the world. Although I guess there's some truth to it this time. Wow. What are all... That's an OSHA violation. I mean, I know OSHA didn't exist yet, but a giant turning gears just out in the open, that is a crushing hazard. Like, you know, you get a little too close, your hand is just gone. It's splattered between the gears. What an incredible place. I mean, yeah. I mean, what are those? Wait, are we in a giant clock tower? Why is your office in a clock tower? I really hope it doesn't have like one of those like bells that like tells you the time, you know, the bong 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 bong, because like the noise would destroy your hearing and possibly cause like actual damage to you. Like loud enough sounds could kill you, man. I swear to God, if we are inside Big Ben, I'm going to lose my shit. This place is breathtaking. No, you're breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some strange stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper of most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. I think there's more to the differences than just the construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. Now that's an impressive title. You know, I am the king of the law. I command the law. It does my bidding. I am not just above the law. I am the law. That's like there's three statuses. There's people who are below the law, people who are the law, and people who are above the law. And there's also people that are just outside of the law. That's me. I'm outside of the law. Cause sure there are laws, but like, you expect me to listen to that? Do you expect me to read the law? Do you have any idea how many laws there are? Do you have any idea how long lawyers have to study? Not my fault I don't know it's illegal to steal things. I don't know what you're talking about, officer. I didn't know it was like illegal for me to just take all the gold out of the bank vault. Come on, this is a common mistake, I'm sure. This must happen all the time. No, I just accidentally stumbled past the security and did like some fancy like ninja moves to get through the laser grid. Come on, man. What do you say? What are you trying to say? I did this on purpose? You think I'm a bad guy? You offend me. Oh my God, Foregathers, thank you for the follow. Oh God, that must have happened while I was still like setting up. You're still here, thank you. Okay, so instead we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. We want to remain here in Great Britain. I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. That's right. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to the task. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Who does he look like? He looks really familiar. Who is that? Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Oh, if ain't that the truth. How fortunate. Strongheart. Male Strongheart. Ah. A little play on Maelstrom. Very nice. Actually, oh, is that... He, like, even his outfit is a little bit, like, reminiscent of the, like, the military outfits in Final Fantasy XIV, isn't it? And I say that because, you know, the Lominsan army is called the Maelstrom. That face and that hair, though, they look so familiar. Why can't I place him? Oh, wait. It's, fuck, what's his name? The bad guy from the 5th case in the first game. Oh, fuck, hang on. Let me see. Ace Attorney, Rise from the Ashes. What was his name? This is gonna kill me. I need to find it. I'm sorry. Just give me a second. Where's the characters? Yeah, okay. It's... Hold on. Damon Gant. Yeah, a little bit. Hang on. Like, let me see if I can actually, like, pull this up. Alright, we're gonna throw this in downloads. And then I'm going to futz with, let's see. Image. Hang on, I'm gonna... I wish there was, like, a faster way to, like, just show pictures on stream. Rather than, you gotta download the picture, and then you gotta do this, and you gotta do that. Like there. See? I'm not crazy, right? They look kind of similar, don't they? Like the hair and the face shape, right? I think so, anyway. Anyway, I'll get back to the game now. I had to get that out of my system. It was very important. Ugh, and I feel like I'm a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. He's very dramatic. I really hope he doesn't end up being a killer. I kind of like him, but he gives off, like, enormous killer vibes. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well... I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Aw, he's even got a cool cane. Do you think that cane is a weapon? Do you think it's a sword cane? Oh, I hope it's a sword cane. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. Everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. I'm about to go full Nyanners if it's a sword cane. I'm gonna freak out. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It'll be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent! God, I am struggling to speak today. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Yeah, the British-French rivalry. I wonder if we're gonna like touch on America at all while we're here. I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. That's telegraphs for you. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madame? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? This is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. Without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo. Could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? There's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer. It's... Actually, there's no one! Shia, please, come on. That's not going to help anything. That's just going to make us look sus! Oh, that hurt just to say. It's me. Hi. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say. And yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, but you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. I like this guy. Oh, please don't let him be a villain. I like this guy, actually. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Oh, what's the test? Come on. It's got to be a trial, right? So what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? Ugh, how do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? It's always a murder. It's always a murder. When is it ever not a murder? There was one case in, was it 2? I think it was 2, where at least it started as not a murder. It started as a theft. And then there was a murder. You know, because there has to be a murder. Murder is the only crime in this setting. It's like, ah, yes, we have 3 crimes. Jaywalking, littering, and murder. That's easy to say, but I should mention just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? Yeah, exactly. I can get away with theft super easy in this setting. I just need to not kill anyone. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Yes, absolutely. I will definitely play with a man's life. Just to, you know, stay in Great Britain. Oh, there was... Hang on. It moved on by its own. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. Oh, we didn't even need to get the words out. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but what could I do? It's all right. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Ah, that was the real test, wasn't it? Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. Ah, he will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madame? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. Aw, we doing it. Hell yeah, we're doing it. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Oh, hell yeah. Wait. Can I investigate? I can look around? Oh, I want to look at some of this stuff. Mrs. Sato, can I ask you something? Oh god, she's in a defensive stance. Oh Christ, don't throw me. Careful. From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. Oh. If I need to throw you, I will. Ah, dang. I guess I don't get to look around. We have to move right now. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here. There's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? Oh my god, look at him! Oh my god, he's just an actual leprechaun. What the fuck? He's got the big hat, he's got the bow tie. Ah, they're after me Lucky Charms. What the fuck is that hat? My god. Doctor Who meets Willy Wonka. Oh my god, you're right. What the fuck is this accent? What are yous doing following me here? Tings are fair desperate, are they? What the fuck? Top of the morning to you, madam. What are yous doing following me here? Tings are fair desperate, are they? I have no idea if I'm doing like an accent. Am I? Huh. What do you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? Brooklyn Irish? God, I'm trying. I don't know. Is it a Brooklyn accent? Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. Oh, how much do yous need? Yeah, okay, he's a loan shark. Yeah, that's New York accent. Absolutely New York accent. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself. So, then he says like meself. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, all while in a strange, faraway land. Nothing to eat, huh? Well, actually, haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. Huh, 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London in 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it's true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes! Do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Is his name gonna be Jekyll? Sorry? A park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London. A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. Queer? That's a new game. Magnus McGilded. I mean, at least we're moving away from the pun names, I guess. So that's neat. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they've got the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? All right, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Oh, queer is an Irish dialect. Oh, so he is Irish? Ah, Christ, I don't know if I can do an Irish accent, especially when he keeps saying, like, nuttin' and use. Like, those are all words that, like, scream like a Brooklyn to me. I'm so confused about how this man speaks. 'Tis nuttin'. Why, top of the morning to you. I can't believe yous is here to defend me. Like, I've never heard an Irish person use the word use. I think he's Irish, but he has a Brooklyn accent. I'm just going with the Brooklyn accent. It's just easier for me. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, he's got nothing to worry about. God, thanks, Shia. Yeah, just blend Brooklyn and Canadian, why don't you? You's got nothing to worry about. Sorry. We're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of Aphela claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well? Well... Not at all, no. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Oh, you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Aye. The Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barock von Zykes. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zykes stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Is it Zykes or Zeeks? I before E, so maybe it's Zeeks? And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? Oh, so he's Von Karma. Okay, cool. Alright. So it's reached a desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness. Lord Barock von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? He's cursed. The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? Then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. Don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma never would have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. Oh yeah, let's go. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Just pull it out of your ass. It's the Naruhodo way. From Yunosuke to, well, in Japan, Phoenix Wright's name is something Naruhodo. I don't remember what the first name is. Oh, that's right. I remember from the trailer. British courts have a jury, so we have to convince the jury. Oh, that's right. That's a really cool mechanic. Oh, I can't wait to play with that. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. It's fucking Dracula!
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Oh, how am I gonna voice this guy? He needs to have like a really imposing like voice. Like, the prosecution is fully prepared. No. That's too edgy. That's too much like Shadow the Hedgehog. The prosecution is fully prepared. I could just go full Dracula. What is a man? The prosecution is fully prepared. Shadow the prosecutor. Damn, not here. It's like part of me wants to voice him a little bit like Snape. Like, the prosecution is fully prepared. I kind of do just want to make him sound like Snape. I'm gonna go with that until I think of something better. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld.
Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. He really is like, he's got to be like a Von Karma like ancestor. Yeah. Turn to page 304 of the updated autopsy report. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. Sorry, Nipponese. Oh, whoops. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Ugh. Cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes.
Now, Mr. McGilded.
Yes, my lord?
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fellow's a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated 5,000 pounds to the government the other day? Mother, please may we go and play in McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
Oh god, I have to voice 6 more characters. Fuck, this is gonna be an exercise.
Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. What have you got there? A knife! No! I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. I must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes.
Prosecutor Van Zeeks.
My lord.
It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame.
I am known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy, rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware?
That doesn't answer the question. Oh, that really doesn't answer the question. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some 15 minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known to the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible.
The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in the service of the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard.
Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
Let's see. Internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. Hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. Oh no. Wait, this is easy. It's very simple. We just have Mr. McGilded try on the leather gloves. If they don't fit, you must acquit. Hey, it was good enough to get OJ off.
Good lord! Is that blood, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them?
Yes, I will accept these into evidence as well.
How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2. Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well,
Rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting so it is, when I opened my eyes again. 'Twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood that got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed... Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order!
Order! Order!
When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused.
Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all.
Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses at once. Oh, we're gonna... Oh, we have to, like... it's like in, Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Multiple witnesses on the stand at one time. This poor man is freezing cold. Someone get him, like, a blanket. My God. Turn down the AC. My name is... Well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. I, make hats for gents. Oh, so you're, Wait a minute. I see what you did there. You stitched a bit of cloth on top of your fedora to hide the fact that it's a fedora, Mr. Redditor. I see exactly what you've done. You can't escape my observant eyes. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
God, keeping track of all these voices is going to be awful.
But it was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say.
Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel?
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, The incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend. Have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage. Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Aha. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, a skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Ugh, that makes perfect sense.
Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish.
Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
All right. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Shit, let me see. Can I investigate that, like, right now? Okay. Ooh. An armband I inherited from Kazuma. Identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. Oh, nice. It's my lawyer's badge. Now I can flash this at everyone for no reason. Let's see. Time and cause of death, 15th of February, 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Age 54, occupation brickmaker. Cool. Yeah, that seems pretty clear. Oh. Let's see. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Pity. Only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be a fairly incriminating, really. Is there anything else to see about these gloves here? I don't think there is. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, I can investigate the entire omnibus! Oh, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna investigate the entire omnibus. Holy shit. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London's streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? They have to pay money to do so? Brr, I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Let's see. Okay. So I don't think I'm actually going to get any clues or even any check marks until, I don't know, maybe I need to be told when it's time to investigate. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. Well, there's the blood. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously. Yes, and that seat would clearly be visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. There was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Every way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Yeah, I'm gonna go back for now. I feel like I'm not actually gonna get anything until, I don't know, maybe I'm told to investigate it, I don't know. I'm not getting any check marks when I investigate things. Normally a little check mark appears. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Oh, maybe. Alright, well. I'll take another look then. Crack open that door, let me take a look. Yeah, because, like, the last time I was, like, investigating something, like, check marks appeared whenever I investigated something to, you know, be like, ah, yeah, you didn't, you know, you've investigated this. You don't need to investigate it anymore. Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. I'm never going to be able to see the phrase Crystal Tower and not think of Final Fantasy XIV. Just like, ah, yeah, the Crystal Tower, everybody's favorite Alliance raid. Haha. Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Let's see. What else we got in here, huh? Oh, wait, hang on. There's a little handle here. Is there something in there? The seat has a handle, it seems. Ooh, hello, luggage. Treasure chest? Oh, that's mine. I'm taking the treasure chest. I'm taking it. It's mine. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Let's see, is there anything else? Oh. Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition, oh. Oh, wait, is that the Crystal Tower? That thing that looks, suspiciously like the Eiffel Tower. Could that be it? I mean, we have already started like getting into the rivalry between Britain and France. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. There doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from the inside, from inside the cabin at least. Well, I should probably take another look outside. So I looked at the skylight, like the top of the thing, but I haven't really looked like the outside anywhere. Granted, there might not be much to look at out here. What? Huh? Wait, wait, what do you mean Phoenix Wright Omnibus? What? Where the fuck is that name coming from? Phoenix Wright ain't been born yet. Who's Phoenix Wright? Who the fuck is this? What? I can't even click on it. I can't even investigate it. They're not even gonna give me a cheeky like, oh, Phoenix Wright. Who the fuck is that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, I was trying to click on the sign, but no, that's just gonna take me to the. All right. Okay. Whatever. Fine. Be like that. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Okay. Whoever the fuck that is. Pray don't expose this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies. Sorry. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Oh, he's focusing. All right, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. Let's see, it was last bus in the evening, so I had a few customers. Okay. Let me press that one. And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. Ugh, I really wish there was. And out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I mean, I wouldn't trust a banker. I'd steal from a banker, though. I'd clean out the vault. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord!
Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord! Completely and utterly made up! Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. What the fuck? There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway.
That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example for my fellow jurors.
What the fuck? Ah, yes, we have a giant balance with fire on it. And you smack your desk, and it sends fire that weighs down the scales. Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before.
Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
Tell me more. Tell me about how girly your scream was. He stabbed him, you say. And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then, I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge, great knife.
A grim sight indeed.
That didn't help me at all. The jury look like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife that you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. Oh, so he is a vampire. Okay, good. Glad I was on track with that one.
That is a blade of considerable size, counsel.
It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M. Alright, now listen here. If one of the big twists ends up being that it's not M for Minnie, it's W for Wumbo, I am going to lose my shit. Please no. M for Magnus, perhaps. Or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. I'm just gonna, wait a minute, let me take a quick look at the people we have here. We have anyone who's, let's see, do we have any W names just yet? Oh, well, no, we have Mason, actually. So maybe it is the letter M. It could be Mason's knife, actually. I love that the driver's name is just Beppo. What a fucking name. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Oh, come on, you'll get the hang of it, Ryunosuke. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
Oh, he gets his own. Wait a minute. This man gets his own, like, personalized objection bubble? Okay, alright, that's cool. Okay, fine. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Ugh.
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Juror number 2, go on.
Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what do you... Dispose of the rubbish. Christ. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. Oh no. Are you actually gonna say something? I have painstaking... What voice do I give you? Should I make her sound like, what's her name from Monsters, Inc.? The big slug lady. Roz, right? I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. We also just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. Can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Maybe I should... I mean, I don't know if this is like... if we're in danger right now, but I'm gonna save. Just in case. Who knows?
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Alright, so what happened? There were 2 people in the enclosed cabin area. The only 2 people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to the witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. Alright, give me a moment here. I'm going to jump back to Beppo. We're going to press this last statement. What exactly did you see?
Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor, he was.
And by the passenger, obviously, you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this.
By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
Wait a minute. That doesn't make any Sorry, I have the hiccups now. Fuck. That doesn't make any sense, though. Because he, like, this man over here, Mr. Fairplay, he shouted when, well, no, Fairplay didn't shout. ladies first shouted when he saw that Mr. Mason had been stabbed, right? However, if we remember, I believe there was only a single stab wound. A single stab wound, that is correct. There could not have been more than one stab wound. Mr. Beppo, you're full of shit. You didn't see a goddamn thing. What?
Order! Order! It is hard to believe one of London's greatest philanthropists, but this is damning indeed.
The law knows no philanthropists, my lord. Only the innocent and the guilty. Good deeds mean nothing when overshadowed by evil. The truth is everything.
Couldn't agree more, sir. The truth.
Alright, so when it happened, 3 people witnessed the... Yeah, hang on. Alright. I think... Well, are they telling me to press more statements, or... Let's see. I mean... I heard that scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Can I object to this, like, right now, or is the game, like, requiring me to press more? Cause I know what the problem is here. There was only one stab wound.
Objection!
No, I'm not allowed to do that yet. Shit, okay. But I mean, like, that's, you know, the discrepancy is there. It's just not officially in the testimony yet. So, okay, I guess I have to press everything first. Alright, let me just head back real quick. This is the only statement I haven't pressed, I'm pretty sure.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. Ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact.
And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct?
Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no.
There were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example.
You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that, no, none.
So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then?
I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every day, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what with it being so cold and everything, I'd only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again. But I just can't believe it, sir. Can't believe it. A murder on my own bus. It's too awful to think about. I haven't been able to shake the cold ever since it happened.
My lord, I wish to speak.
Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you, too?
As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little longer. Gee up now, Silver Blaze! The finish is in sight! Oh dear. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir.
Ah, this is too unkind, sir. Which now makes that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. The only undecided is the old granny. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know. Put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He is always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right. A man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts.
Good gracious!
The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? This man just poured himself a glass of wine in the middle of court. I'm sorry, are you serious? The man's just having a sip of wine in court. We thought, fucking Godo was a bit egregious with his 23 cups of coffee. This man is drinking alcohol on the job, in court. This is the, a natural conclusion of, fusing Von Karma with Godo.
Aha, there it is! Lord Van Zeek's hollowed chalice!
How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time.
A marvelous toast, Council. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
It includes a victim who owed 20 guineas.
Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's just such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel! Still, maybe it's all for the best. Ah, well, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before... I don't stand for nonsense! Christ, that's very dramatic. That was it. The last juror's decision. I mean, surely it doesn't just end once the jurors have made a decision. Surely we get a chance to, like, argue back, right? According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. Oh my god. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. All the members of jury have concluded the defendant is guilty. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Pull yourself back up, Ryunosuke.
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Ah. Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese. What the fuck does that mean? Asshole. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that... if successful, proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. That procedure became nothing of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I think we're gonna do it. Absolutely. Summation examination, our last possible option. We assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat. Well, obviously we assert our right. We're not just gonna, like, roll over. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
This is madness.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so...
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision.
On what grounds?
You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believed the defendant to be guilty.
Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lock. Seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. All right then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around.
So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime.
Yeah, please explain. Because I think some of you aren't exactly as unbiased as you're supposed to be.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers, with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Scoundrel, stabbing the poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. Wait a minute. Did you say on the floor? Well, that's wrong. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Let's just see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. And what on earth am I supposed to do? You see, that's actually a very real thing. That's actually really interesting because that's a very real thing. If you're arguing with someone who has already made their mind up on a topic, and you see this a lot with like conspiracy theorists, right? Like anti-vaxxers and like flat earthers. The more you try to argue with them, the more they get entrenched in their stance. Even if you're pointing out every flaw, it's like your brain has a like physically painful response to that notion. There's a really interesting CGP Grey video about this. I believe it's called This Video Will Hurt You. Absolutely look that up after the stream. It's very, very interesting about how having your worldview or your conclusions like tried to change, like if someone tries to change them or like shake what you believe in, it becomes very painful and your brain will make excuses and like dig itself deeper into its trench rather than try to change its mind and admit that it's wrong. It's very, very interesting. And it's the reason why, you know, you can never seem to convince conspiracy theorists to change their minds. You see a lot of this with, like, cult leaders prey on this too. Because, you know, if you can convince someone to believe something, once they believe it, they get sunk in it, and it's very hard to unbrainwash them. It's a very, very, like, interesting topic. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, then the contrast in the statements and the pit the court. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Hey, Ryusei, how's it going? Just that guy with the knife, he's totally guilty. Well, here's the thing. We have another knife that was used to stab a guy. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. All right, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off.
Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord. Oh. Oh, cool. There's no one else in the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. All right, there's not really much problem with that. Trust the driver, he has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. All right, there's not much issue with that. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. Let me press you on that a little bit. What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. I should have thought it was obvious. I am recording everything that takes place as part of these proceedings. And what have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted derisively at your remarks 7 times in total. And, I might add, each time you have gawped like a simpleton. Thank you. What's the point exactly? So anyway, madam, were you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? That is a conclusion I have drawn as a result of the copious notes I have typed. Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note-keeping. This is going nowhere. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Wait a minute. Now that's a contradiction too. 4 people at 4 pence would be 16 pence, but the maid says it was 20 pence. Aha. Fight each other. Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
They do. Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about.
according to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is. A fair and convenient single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication... it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about.
Good gracious!
This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. All right, then, how do I make this so miserable? How do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and...
Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! We did it! Ugh, this is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. All right, we got 2 of them on our side now.
For the love of...
Wait, no,
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it! We can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds. We can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. And that's where you must strike next. So now you need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. Yeah, they left his name as Naruhodo. Because in this one, he actually is from Japan. They don't try to pretend he's from America. This is Phoenix Wright's ancestor, so to speak. Actually, wait, you weren't here for it. I need to show you something that bothers me a lot. Hang on. So this takes place in like the 1800s, well before Phoenix Wright was even born. But I want you to take a look at this this omnibus here, right? If I could, if I could not like exit out, if I could bring your attention to this right here, just this right here, Phoenix Wright omnibus. Who the fuck is Phoenix Wright? He doesn't exist yet. What the hell? I'm so horribly confused by that. Changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Right, okay. Hang on. I want to press this guy and I want to press the old lady. Careful, you could hurt somebody with that. Tis, you're a fine one to talk. What of that sword hanging from your waist, No, that's just my battered soul. Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same, all stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes. You mark my words. That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad, man? We know that Small Shorty is a rotten Shylock. Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but... Mr. Naruhodo, please, be careful what you say. If he's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate, then as far as I'm concerned, he's as guilty as sin. The man can hang. Oh, look what you've done. Please don't damage the bench. It's very expensive. Think of it. Didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhanded activities? Test your theory. Let's see, no time present to use R. Okay. Yeah. Right, you typed data or something. Grr. Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. Scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief.
Hold it!
Let me press you a bit on that. Because what do you mean on the floor? I really think you should stop waving that needle around. You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this. Yes, that is what he said, you're right. McGilded Park is such a lovely little place, too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting. And I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Whoever would have thought he was just a miserable, murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse? Oh, help. Old lady, yeah, so we just need to find, yeah. So I know which two it is, okay. I just wanted to press them a little bit, but... What I found out, it's a little long, I'm afraid. Wait, what's she offering to give me? Did you know? Well, I took the liberty to just, no, I'm good. I don't need that. I'm a smart boy. I'm very clever. That's how I've managed, you know, to avoid getting arrested for perpetrating heists across the country so far. That sort of attitude. Yeah, okay. Let me get back to the thing, please. I know who it is. No one else in the carriage. Yeah, okay. It's you. Get him! Yeah, there it is. Those two statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, counsel. Post haste!
Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3... What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Struck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said.
Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true.
Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now, don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, and he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. I can't hear the phrase telling lies without flashing back to like 2 years ago. You remember. Johnny, Johnny, yes, Papa. Telling lies, no, Papa. The scales. I don't believe it. Hold it.
Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all.
My dude, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. And people just keep saying this. People keep going, oh, Easterners, can't trust them. Like, Jesus Christ, there's some very clear, like, themes of racism in this game. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? I don't know that I'm comfortable reading that out loud.
Now answer me.
I keep defaulting to the Southern accent instead of the British accent.
Now answer me.
It keeps coming. God, yeah, really, Ryuse. What the fuck?
Now answer me this, Dark Jinx.
Huh? Me?
What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events?
What of it?
Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that,
Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Ugh, they're ready to kill each other now. But for the foreman of the jury to be right? Oh wait, huh? I read that wrong. But could the foreman of the jury be right? No, he can't. Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? No, it's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it, you Dark Jinx? Come on, out with it.
What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What are you talking about, man?
Why do I keep trying to make him Southern? Fuck it, I'm just gonna make him Southern.
What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction.
I'm just gonna flip back and forth. Just deal with it. I can't get my brain to do it right.
So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof.
Something he can't dismiss. Yes, as you wish.
What?
I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy report.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once.
Oh, only once?
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time, which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. All right, I concede defeat. Hell yeah. We did it! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. Well, we haven't won, but we have managed to prolong the trial. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. We had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap ever dares cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Oh, he's one of those types. The whole, like, guy that licks his knife trope has always made me so incredibly uneasy. Please tell me he's a barber. Yeah, seriously?
Well, in a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth.
Damn, we did it, boy.
So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
He's poured himself a second glass. Do we ever get to actually see him take a sip out of that? Because we haven't seen him take a sip yet. Oh. Oh, he just... This man's about to get deadly serious, and I'm so ready for it. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks!
Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence, after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. He took the cloak off! Bring forth the witnesses once more! I told you, this man's getting serious now. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir.
Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir. My lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio.
Dio? Dio. Sorry, I got distracted.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again.
Gonna lurk for a bit, make something to eat. All right, take care, Yosei. Enjoy the lurk. This is actually like a really good game to like listen to, because I think I do pretty good differentiation between the voices, so you can follow even if you got it like tabbed out. I think so, at least. I'm trying to do that anyway.
You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
Various misgivings.
I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it. But,
Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes. He stabbed him, he did. Yes, I think so, yes.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself.
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold. The last run of the day is always half empty. You've been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfless actions have brought dishonor to the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. Note, that figures.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. All right.
I only carried 4 passengers, I swear it, but,
Right, okay. 5 pence, okay. Okay. I want to press you on what you saw, because that's the only misgiving that we don't have an answer for yet. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Oh, yes, that's right.
You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant as holding the knife in an ice pick grip.
I suppose. I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck.
Oh, I expect that was me, sir.
Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes. The fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes.
So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all.
I really thought about that, I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing.
Sorry, you have something to say, sir?
Excuse me.
I love that. It's just, excuse me. You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed, but what are the chances of that? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. You've just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed. No chance, no. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight at the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping! I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairplay.
Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot on the collar there, my lord.
I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. You think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? I'm sorry. Blood-soaked hands? My friend. The defendant was wearing gloves.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay. That's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Urgh. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah, but no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, your last statement was a lie. It calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Yeah! Why? I'm a city banker for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. Let me check the court record real quick. I haven't actually investigated this very closely. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Or from our great detective friend, perhaps? Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Alright. What does this say? Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Aha! Bruce Fairplay! That means something to me. It does sound strangely familiar. The witness is testifying at this very moment! Oh yes, of course, the banker! Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. This could be very useful information. Aha! I knew it! My intuition is never wrong. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony. Ugh. Very well.
I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence.
Easy. This is the list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
Ugh, no, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Ugh. Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, for the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Uh-huh. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Ugh. Ugh.
Order! Order!
Mr. Bruce Fairplay!
Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. Definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What?
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Yes. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. We're almost there. We still have no idea who actually killed this man, but we're on the verge of at least proving some innocence. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. No, you wouldn't have. Not from the angle you were sitting. From the angle they were all sitting, they could see, they could see Mason and McGilded. However, they couldn't see the seat that they were kind of sitting over. Because, there's seats on both sides. They could see the seats that McGilded and Mason were in, but they couldn't see the other side of the seats. There very easily could have been someone in those seats. And if McGilded was being truthful about, having fallen asleep in the cart, he wouldn't have been aware of another person in the cart with him. So this is a very real possibility.
In the truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated.
I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case.
Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord. So let me see here. Blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. Okay. That passes board. You didn't see that. That's fine. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. This one bothers me. I didn't see anything until I heard the scream. Okay, but what did you see when you heard the scream? Tell me a little bit more about that.
Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. I'm very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and to say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it?
No, sir. I saw nothing at all.
Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you, must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Yeah, that fell pretty flat. Oh, please, you didn't even see that.
It was so cold that night, you see? It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir.
It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo!
Hey!
Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else. Now this I can press.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place.
Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had that exact same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. Not sure about these two witnesses. They really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight. They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area in this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus.
Right here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah! That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Yeah! We got this now. Come on. We just gotta figure out who that last person is. It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witness on the roof deck? I don't think we know that, do we? Like... I mean, it seems possible that we have things a little bit backwards here. That Magnus was the one out of sight, and the real murderer was the one in the front seat. And it was just someone else of short stature. Feel like I should probably save here. Okay. I have an inkling. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt.
Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat.
This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin was obscured from view.
Take that!
Magnus. Music stopped. Oh, my hunch was right! The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant!
Objection!
Jesus Christ, man, you're gonna start the whole place on fire! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Sykes!
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms inadvisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to that fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them. And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary!
Hell yeah, here we go, man. Time for a turnabout, baby.
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Ah. Yeah, this is the hard part. If we get past this, we have it solved. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it.
Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem.
Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand.
Well, what say you, counsel?
The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act.
Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord? Yeah, demand his testimony. Hell yeah. Even if he's deliberately hiding facts, then we can try and like cross-examine him to like squeeze them out of him.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Begad, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tells yous all? Or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night meself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true?
Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Was that a gunshot? Fire? What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face.
Bailiff!
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus.
I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
Yo, what? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid the scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Oh. Damn. Oh, what a cliffhanger to end on. Oh, that's so cool. Don't mind me just taking a little drink. Gonna stretch out a little bit. Oh, there we go. All right. Whoop. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened. Mr. Sato was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. Smoke grenade. It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? Police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly! So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? What was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? Hey, welcome back, Ryusei. There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Hmm? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed to the courtroom. Trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mr. Sato. Yes. There she is. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zykes.
My lord?
I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier.
It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army.
Good gracious! The army! What in the devil's name?
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand.
Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
Ahem, if I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded.
I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass here was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up in the seat across from me. And I turned to find where that scream had come from. And bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding the omnibus, is that correct?
'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Is she a child, though? Because she's like as tall as he is.
Defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Actually, does the court record even say who she is? No, she hasn't shown up yet. Maybe he's just 5'11". Yeah, really? Rather no. No idea where to start. He's just germicized. Don't worry about it. Let's see. So, on the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Okay. Then Bagora, a loud start and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. Okay, let me press this a little bit. You sat him up. The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. I want you to just look at that word. I just want you to look at it. Arrah! Arrah. Lord Van Zykes! Now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business.
The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest?
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself into a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes. The scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. You're really overreacting this. Really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there. And sat her on the seat opposite, so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there.
You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir.
Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. They believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason.
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight.
It is certainly plausible.
Oh, whoops.
The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl.
After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo, being a defendant's lawyer and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else at his testimony? Let's just say it's trying. Certainly had precious little time to talk with Mr. McGilded before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. Must just try to learn the facts as best we can. When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even in your head. How did you know? Let's see. I want to press that. Let's see. Was Mason on at that time? Aha, yeah. That's important. There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were. I see.
Aye, and that's why I took the backside as I did. 'tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain what you mean by the back seat? By all means. 'Tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel the most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Press that one. A loud thud, you say, and a scream. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling through the ground, that sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed? Well, now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. When the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fell on the floor. You didn't see anyone. At the same moment, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats of... God, I'm sorry. Oh, that was a rough one.
Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume.
Hey, Ken, how's it going? Actually, you know what? It's something I really should have done like the moment Ryusei showed up. I keep forgetting I have a shout out button now. I need to get both of these people. So Shining Heart, Ryusei is another VTuber who's very, very cool. He's the most powerful wizard and a dragon, and he likes Gundams. I've learned that much. And then my buddy Ken, who I've known for quite some time now. God, how long has it been, Ken? It's been like... God, it's been like over 5 years, hasn't it? We met like your freshman year, wasn't it? So that was 6, 7 years ago? My God. Almost 6, actually. Yeah, God, it's been ages. But yeah, here's the thing, I forget to shout people out. Like, even when I get rated, I'm like, oh, wait, I was supposed to shout that person out, whoops. But yeah, both of you deserve shout-outs, obviously. But yeah, Ken is also a very good close friend of mine. Was it the Army of Fae? Was it captain? A general? I forget your exact rank. It's higher than lieutenant. That's about all I know. But yeah, also very cool. I know you've it's a knight captain. Ah, okay. So what you've been doing like 2 things recently. I've seen like some Dark Souls 3, and unfortunately I haven't had the chance to join yet. I'm sorry. I've been trying, but like a lot of the times you're streaming while I'm like raiding in Final Fantasy, so I can't exactly watch. And you've also had like your whole like training art for what was it? Oh, I forget the name of it. It's Shadow. It's the anime card game, Anime Hearthstone. Shadowverse, right? Yeah. Okay. But yeah, both of them, very, very cool dudes. And if you're not following them, you should. What are you doing? And actually, you know, while I'm like in chat and using things, I should probably like do this too. I have a Discord, which is kind of just an alert box right now. I'm going to open it up as soon as I get around to it. It's hard to find the time to do that. But for right now, it's just like I post like alerts and like schedule and like clips and stuff there. And I'll open up as like a proper like community server as soon as I like take some time to get a bot running. But it's like I'm a busy thief, man. I got heists to do. You know, I got a day job. I got things to steal. It's hard to find the time to get the bot set up. But at this point, I think I should probably do that pretty soon. I really should. Anyway, not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. Set him up and sit across from me. Yep, press that. I guess I haven't pressed this one, so I might as well. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. Ah, Pokemon Czar, hey, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Welcome to the hideout. Put your feet up, relax. There's a bowl of candy on the table over there. You're free to take as much as you like. Came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. All of it. I mean, hey, you know, you'll have to fight the others for it, but I mean, like, if you can shovel it all in your mouth fast enough, it's yours, man. So, question: I've seen the promo trailer a couple times at Instant Trailer. Certain scenes with voice acting. Yes. Like, the case intros have had a bit of voice acting. It hasn't been as, like, prolific with cutscenes as, say, Dual Destinies was. Just take two. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Shia, wait, no. Let's see. Good gracious. Under your backside. And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. Very good time to have a thorough look around inside. Yep, and that's when I found her.
Thank you. I've heard enough.
So she was hiding in the storage area? That's kind of that's wild.
Events are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. One of us! One of us! One of us! She's a thief! Instantly one of my favorite characters now. Good job. Excellent. There's no way she did a murder. Not a chance.
This girl here, a petty thief?
Persecute one of his own. No, there's no way she did a murder. There's not a chance.
Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question.
You can't just shoot the judge! You can't. Oh, she just shot the judge with a smoke bomb.
How dare you! What is the meaning of this? Ah! The girl! She's gone!
Open your eyes. I'm over here.
Good gracious, how?
What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dippy, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on. That's what's in your heads, isn't it? Ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not... Ugh! Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. Damn right. Damn right. You don't need knives. Pay no mind to pay no mind to that. That's just for decoration. Just for decoration. I promise. I'm a professional, all right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where I keep the four-wheel drags. Wait. Wait a minute! She stole that! She stole that from Sholmes! She stole that from Herlock Sholmes! What the because he had one of those. He had one of those. He used that for like forensic work. Holy shit! She stole that from Sholmes. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Oh, do not wave that thing in my direction again! So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. Tis all right, lass. You can tell them the truth now. All right, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. Oh, he is Irish, is he? I don't know. He's keeping the the Brooklyn accent. I don't care. I can't do like an Irish accent the way that the way that they seem to want me to do it. Brooklyn, shut up. It's like, well, here's the thing. He keeps saying use. And whenever I see the word use, my mind instantly goes to Brooklyn. Like, what do you thinks you's doing? Like, I've never heard an Irishman use the word use. I've only heard them use the word ye, right? At least in all the media I've heard, like, an Irish accent. Like, what do you think you're doing? Like, what on earth do you think you're doing? Meanwhile, Brooklyn would be like, what on earth do you think you's doing? So to me, he's always going to be, Brooklish.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
All right, if I have to. I'm surprised I'm able to do the Cockney accent as well as I am. I thought I would struggle with that a lot more. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a real waste of time. Got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out me skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Loud bang? What loud bang?
I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, his simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. Oh, because she was hiding in the storage cubby, which is built into the seat that he was sitting on. There's literally no way she could have gotten out. As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting on top of the place where she was hiding herself.
I think a demonstration is called for.
This is where I was sat that night. And in the cubbyhole...
And the cubbyhole of which you've spoken is underneath the seat, I presume.
Yeah.
Yes. It does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Ah!
So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd have automatically assumed she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined, and all the time I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord. This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Oh, shit! With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Wait, is this a win for us? Even though we haven't solved it?
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Naruhodo, well, it must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Yeah, I thought so. The man smacks his leg on the table. God, you know, I have a friend who loves to just like do this because she has like really long legs. So she like does leg poses all the time. This is absolutely something she would do. And it made me think of her, and that just makes me smile. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. God, you know, I probably could. He does kind of seem like the type of guy she might go for cosplay. Cause she's crossplayed before, like a lot. Like I know Joker, like Persona 5 Joker is like one of her favorites. And I think she's planning to cosplay Zhongli from Genshin Impact. So, you know, it all works together. Of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witnesses put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report.
Good lord!
The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGill's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Wait, yeah, I searched earlier and there was stuff in there.
How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Counsel?
Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this all in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. how this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks.
Well, Counsel, do you have something to say on this matter?
What am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment in this under the seat in the omnibus? We're just gonna save real quick. So, here's the thing. It wasn't empty, because I did look, and there was stuff in there. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as a counsel for the defense. As far as I can remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes.
Or are you sure, Counsel?
Be whist! What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasin', fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interests now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here?
I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think.
Yeah, when in doubt, save scum, exactly. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick! Of course it's a trick! Quite so. I must concur here. Oh, fuck. Are we gonna have to do another, like, a jury thing? With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Thank you, Counsel. But before we proceed any farther, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? All balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Alright, let's see here. Snuck inside the carriage where they hooked up the horses, just like always. Great old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on me own in the God permit at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon. Did you say God permit?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night, this cove was sat in me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck.
You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah. Right, mister. To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out me skin, I did. A scream just came out.
Hold it!
Tell me about that loud bang. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, made me jump. And let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not?
Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke what had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilded's account, of course. Then, Billy turns around and looks right at me. Stuck back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. Because that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind.
Hold it!
When Mr. McGilded discovered you, pulled you out from your hiding place. Really adept at tossing fires over their shoulder, they should become umpires. Oh, God. Be quiet, Shia! I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat down in the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. When the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both me hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That's what the others saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Want him to know me name? And what I was up to in that. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed.
Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume.
Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. And the horses were drawn up smartish. This here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. I have this niggling feeling something's bothering me. I just can't quite put my finger on it.
Hold it!
I didn't press this one. So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run. Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she says there's no point in spending money to make money.
Counsel, I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Highly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Well, that does clear up the little mystery of her fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. Red conch of a driver's always always goes for some grub before his last run, see? That's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is in a storage compartment full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it into a corner somewhere. None of it seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed, the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you.
Seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
Let's see. And to chauffeur troubles.
Hold it!
Press that, I guess. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. And I can have a butcher's at who I'm going to fiddle. Thought that you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, passengers plant themselves the opposite. For some reason, that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. For that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small, dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink.
No.
I heard that. Yeah, you got something to say? Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I was just wondering, Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Objection leading the witness. Bejabers! Bejabbers? Bejabers. Bejabers! There's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. Only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important.
Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing.
Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it.
I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do, but it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. Okay. Leading the witness. Well, to be fair, you're allowed to ask leading questions in a cross-examination. In the direct examination, you have to ask non-leading questions. You have to ask direct questions, which is like, what's your name? What were you doing on this day? Where were you? Whereas a leading question infers an answer like, you weren't at the scene of the crime, were you? Or, you saw the witness, didn't you? See, I know this because I did mock trial as, in high school. Yeah, high school. I did mock trial in high school, so I know a little bit about court proceedings, and there's also the fact that some of the court proceedings I was a part of were probably not entirely up to snuff as far as, like, real courtrooms are concerned. I could hear was snoring, so... Let me see. Oh, I never actually bothered to examine this. I should do that. Let's see. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Hmm? Oh, sorry, yes. I just really don't like blades. Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade. That's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Yeah, there's blood on that, alright. God damn. Hard to say that this isn't the murder weapon. Oh, that looks like a lot of blood. Surely is blood. The victim's. Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. Finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Let's see, is there anything else to examine as far as this is concerned? Probably not. Well, there's the M at least. Or the W. An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. Turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything! A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. What I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, that idea was quickly quashed. It's exactly like I was saying earlier. It's not M for Minnie, it's W for Wumbo. Okay, go back. So... blood stain on the right glove. Look at hat. Oh, nice, Infinite. Sounds like a good time. Hope that went well. Alright, so this is the part where I get a little bit stuck. I do an internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Maybe I just need to press this more?
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself. Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have butchers to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got me head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah! Would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug! Would you Adam and Eve it? Then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, you see. But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to the market, snoring like an old dog he was. Wait. Wait a minute. She didn't hear the door open. And the guys later on, they both said that the door was locked and the person inside just waved them away. So how did Mr. Mason get on board? A crystal of sunlight. Ooh. I mean, hey, look, you stole something, that's all good in my book. You have my blessing. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts.
Ah, at odds? Are you sure, man?
Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Zeke's realized it too. Nice.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord.
I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. Think, Ryunosuke, think!
Think, Mark, think!
Something else she should have heard. Let's see, who would be the one to show here? Let's see, he's an eyewitness. Yeah, when did he get on? Would I just show... Okay. I think I would just show him, right? Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate on a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person.
Take that!
Thrice-fired Mason?
Angry accountant lady. Ah, cool. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus.
Order, order! Explain your reasoning, counsel.
Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. But on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not a soul in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave? In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yeah. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed.
Lord Van Zeeks!
Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? I've demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? It makes no sense whatsoever. This girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Uh-oh. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman. I don't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. I must say, I cannot abide liars. Oh, this is bad. Ugh. Mr. Naruhodo, it's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. The considerable troubles you have spared me. Oh, he actually took a sip that time. Yes, very refreshing. Ugh! Ugh! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? The fuck's an Amadan? What'd you call me? What is the meaning of the Irish insult Amadan? Irish Central. The full terminology, Amadan Dub, hails from Irish folklore and refers to the Dark Fool or Dark Fairy. Amadan Dub is a trickster fairy found in Irish folklore and is the bringer of madness and oblivion. It is also said that Amadan Dub haunts the hills after sunset, playing reed pipes to work his magic. However, the shortened version of Amadan, literally translated to fool, is used fairly frequently and can be taken either with a pinch of salt, as a term of endearment, or as a fully fledged insult, depending on the circumstance and the personality of the person issuing the insult. Well, there you go. You learn something new every day. Hang on, I got it. There we go. This is carnage! It's perfect! Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going... I know. We can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence. The judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Oh, finally he speaks up! Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel! I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus that night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Well, here we go. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Hmm?
Well said, Lord Van Zeeks. The obviously is troubling me also.
No, that's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? Fuck. Okay, that wasn't quite right. So I ask you again. to explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus. Wait. Wait a minute. I think I know. I think I have it. Oh, no, go back, go back, go back. Go up, go up, go up. I wanna see. There's a latch. You can open it. He was killed on the roof deck. And then he was dropped through. There's another entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wondered what new fantasy would you come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. And that was the thud they heard. He didn't slump off the seat. He was dropped through the skylight. The defense will
identify the location for the court. There's the omnibus in which the incident occurred.
Why? It's right here. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight.
I say, the skylight.
But that would mean... That would mean that both, Fair Play and, First are both, they would have to be in cahoots. They work together to murder him. But where did they get, McGilded's knife, though? Assuming that is McGilded's knife. Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim. Do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor.
Yes, which has already been explained as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with the dagger.
Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat to the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact.
Good gracious!
Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might the humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Humph.
Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. Look at her go. I mean, the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Oh! Oh, who's yelling now? Ah, it's these two. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said. You rotter! What are you insinuating? What a fucking animation. Oh, that was great. Can I see that again, please? This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner a minute, he said, and so will I. Look at him go. Listen to the fucking, the clippity clop. He's making horse, like, galloping noises. Look at him go. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Oh, come on. They missed such a big opportunity to call him a mad hatter. Come on now. Oh, they missed out on that one. For a game series that loves puns, especially considering the pun names in Spirit of Justice and how ridiculous they got, I can't believe they missed the opportunity for a pun right there. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts, it's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right. I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel.
Order! Order! This is not the time, witnesses! I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand! Return to the anteroom at once!
But this is beyond reason, my lord.
Ugh, it's outrageous!
It's very hurtful, you know? My lord, if I may comment.
Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks.
It was the defense that incited the outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to... It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence. You can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Listen to him! Listen to him go! Testify! Testify! The spectators in the gallery they're in a complete frenzy!
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First.
My lord?
You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense.
Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Oh, we're right there. We're right there. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. You're so sure the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof?
I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith.
Unless they were both in on it. That's right, you see?
We're innocent, I tell you.
Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another.
What?
Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Huh. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. I like this man. I like this man a whole lot. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy?
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. All right, let's go. Come on. Let's break this down. We gotta be near the end, right? We were the only two people up on that roof deck. Dead or alive, I can swear to that. Anything had happened where we were sitting. Yeah, it draws into question whether or not you were in collusion, of course. What did you say? Okay. First thing about the victim, we had no reason to kill the man. Let me push this statement a little bit. Hang on.
Hold it!
Because what they told us was that the doors were locked. So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. Absolutely not. Dickin'. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here.
Is this true, Mr. McGilded?
Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately.
That's an outright lie.
Without a doubt you were engaged in... Let me stop you right there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? Ah. 'Tis all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. Ah, I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well.
Hold it!
Are we sure you're not in collusion? Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus, past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would have certainly been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of lark? Is this some kind of joke, he said. Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly?
Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. Well, wouldn't you know, I'm real good at falling asleep. And you know what? If you're going to offer me keys to a vault, obviously I'm going to take it. That's just in my nature, you see. But yeah, I'm very good at falling asleep. It's actually kind of funny. I'm kind of known within my friend group for being able to fall asleep just about anywhere. Like, there's Alistair. At a party, Alistair fell asleep. At rehearsal for cosplay chess, Alistair fell asleep. In chairs, propped up against walls, I'm real good at dozing. I don't think the cold would keep me awake. Yeah, funkies are mine for sure. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. That's very important. That's very important. You add that to the fucking testimony. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It's hardly surprising. Seeing things? Seeing things? I believe we've reached an impasse here on this particular point. Oh, you! Don't take it personally now, lad. I'm a suspect in this case. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. Oh! This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. McGilded, please! In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim.
Hold it!
So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, Lumi, no! Not once, never! Never met the man before, he said. Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, sir. I just don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. Why does it keep like jumping over to him? I'm not saying to jump over to him. Stop that. No, I imagine not. You see? How many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection with the...
No.
Oh. Do you have something to say,
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel. What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. 'Tis been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? Heh, you borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconsiderable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. Ugh. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? Well, what do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? He do be making hats. That there top hat sliding about on your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. Heh, the perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers such as Thrice-Fired Mason? That's right! Mason had like a really weird patchwork hat on! I didn't even stop to think about that! There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence afore, my lord. Oh, this you mean? Yeah, look at that patchwork hat. I can't help thinking the poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. Ugh. He's better at this than I am. Yeah, really, you're kind of just letting him do all the work. Gosh, Mr. McGilded certainly has been through his research, hasn't he? Please don't let me a little interruption hold up the proceedings. Skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you.
Hold it!
There's like flaws in every piece of this testimony. Are we certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm gonna lose my block with you in a minute. He's gonna lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. See? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. Yeah, but the latch is on the outside. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Oh, now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind, loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens. Objection? Irrelevant?
This is a most unexpected confession, Mr. First.
Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as a rogue. I went as red as rouge, I did. Sorry, I see this word, and it's very hard not to immediately, see my own name in it. Objection. Gross. It's funny. I actually thought Rouge the Bat was named Rogue for the longest time because I had only seen it written and my brain defaulted.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
10 years for being stinky. Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame. Yeah, hang on a second there. You can open it from the outside. Like, it's simple investigation. You can see the... You can see the latch on the outside. And that's why you can't open it from the inside, because the latch is outside.
Excuse me.
You have something to say about this? About that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. Hmm? A skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? Yeah, Gina's awesome. Also, she's a thief. And I am pretty sure she stole this this smoke bomb gun from Herlock Sholmes. I'm almost certain this is his. All them skylights open. Dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh! Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses come out me ears. Mr. Strahd, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used a skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. Skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff!
I'm up to the roof of the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Boop. Well, would you look at that? It does open. Oh, my hat! See? God damn. We love this.
Order! Order! So, it appears this street girl statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. Skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Wait a minute. Hang on. Whoop, wrong thing. Let's go to this. Examine. So, oh, I forgot. I keep trying to like hold right click to like drag. Because that's like every like program where you like move a 3D model around, you move it with by holding down the right click. Silent was fastened shut before. Now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. Let's see. Certainly see the inside of the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So as being able to see quite clearly, that's not good for us. Okay. Alright, so that's all that is. Alright.
Hold it!
I mean, I've pressed every statement now. Everything is full of holes. That's right, I demand to hear it. We came here to say what we saw, I tell you. Not for this. But you call us both shicers, brand us as criminals. You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it. As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. Ugh. If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. Couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Though by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. So hard to know what to believe here. I think I should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. Okay. Okay, we can't prove he was on the top. He was on the top deck. We can't prove that they're in collusion. Well, we can kind of prove that they knew the victim. This I can absolutely refute. Goodbye.
Objection!
Huh? Wait, what? What? No, he's lying. I have evidence. We just fucking saw it. What the shit? How is that not... How is that not a contradiction? Excuse me? What? We couldn't possibly have opened it. We just established that it opens from the outside. Surely I present the omnibus itself? I did. I presented the omnibus because we just proved that the latch opens from the outside. Apparently that's not good enough. I don't understand what? That's bullshit. I mean, unless there's like, I missed like an interactable on this thing. Like, yeah, I did. I presented the omnibus. And right now I'm investigating because I'm thinking, you know, maybe there's some tiny detail about this skylight that I missed. Maybe if I look from inside? Maybe seeing the open window from the inside will give me a clue. It did! There's blood! Pick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just there. Look at this. That's a question. It's blood. Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Yeah, okay, there it is. That's what I was missing. Now I can present it. Okay, that's... I don't know, that's still kind of fucking dumb. That, you know, he's saying we couldn't have possibly opened it. We just proved you could have opened it, but...
Objection!
I don't know. I feel like that was unnecessary, but okay. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterward, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. That's utter humbug. Ugh, you can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom.
Counsel,
My lord,
I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence to which you allude?
ba, 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 ba. Look right up here. Aha, there it is.
Got it!
By Jupiter! Is that blood?
Well, they encourage your complete cooperation. Sorry. This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
No! Order! Order!
Hold it!
Oh, now you're gonna hold at me? Oh, yeah? But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot in the skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep in mind the fact that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. Infinite, please. Please, we all know that come on now. Don't make me bonk you. I will. There'll be no horny in this chat. I'm the only one that's allowed to be horny around here.
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can. Yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they?
I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
On three, then. Everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
What else could you possibly have to say? A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zakes? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But...
Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was...
fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session... What? Oh my god. Take care, Ryusei. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Have a good one. What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. God, but it's possible though, isn't it? The omnibus could have been tampered with while we were all like, while the courtroom was smoked. That's entirely possible. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And in each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing the witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zeeks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say. But, if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus bear has been in this courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial. If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. In the interest of seeing this through to the truth, it's very possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Good gracious! Explain yourself, counsel!
Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit!
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What's going on? Yep. Yeah, there was a recess because, you know, the whole courtroom got smoked. It'd be very easy to sneak and, you know, fiddle with the evidence then. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Ah. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten feckless gouger? Feckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies, such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. Excuse me. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
It's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartments and the skylight were shut. I looked inside the storage compartment, though, and there were things in there. I saw that myself.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Actually, let me take another look. Take a quick little peek here. See if there's maybe anything else that doesn't seem right. Let's see. I don't see anything particularly out of the ordinary on the outside. Let me head inside real quick. Actually, was that blood stain there on the floor the whole time? I feel like I don't remember that being there. Let's see. I can't really think of anything else. Like, I want to say... Wait. Was that blood stain there before? I don't remember. Time to save scum a little bit. I have an inkling. My lord.
Yes, Counsel.
Inconsistency that Phoenix Wright doesn't exist yet! Ah, you're right about that. There's one inconsistency. Mark that Shirley could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What?
What in the devil's name are you gonna say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back! Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Counsel.
So let me just take one more careful look around. Because I think it's the blood on the floor, because I don't remember seeing that. I'm pretty sure, anyway. Let me just make sure I'm not, like, missing anything important. Like, anything, like, really obvious. I don't think that I am, so... I think it's this blood.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. As far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom.
Good lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake.
Ah!
This trial is over. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ya. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of you, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord...
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue.
But actually, wait a minute. Does this show the floor? Ah, no, it doesn't show the floor. Damn. Damn. Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present.
Very well. In that case, as I believe we've explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really all right for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes... Oh... I'm gonna save here. I'm coming back to this one especially. The defendant could be guilty. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good gracious me!
Well, I mean, in in an American court, he'd be found innocent because you need to prove that he's guilty. What good lawyer cares whether or not his client is guilty? Yeah, really?
This is unexpected behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocent into question. Are you of sound mind?
Eh. Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer. So it was, a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Ah. Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine? Or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. You... mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now the proceedings have unfolded in this way. I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Oh, I know. I bet I know what's going to happen. So, as we've established, Gina has stolen Herlock Sholmes' little forensic gun. And I believe that one of those smoke bombs is something at least what's the word? Analogous to luminol, which means we'll be able to tell if it's real blood or not. We just need to understand that that's what that is, so I am fully expecting Herlock Sholmes to burst down the front door any minute now.
The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair!
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
What? Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
Do you mean to tell me that this has all been a grand waste of time?
'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, Really? Really? I mean, that's it then. Can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. Holy shit. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Wait a minute! Here it comes! Ah, oh, damn it. It was fading out before I clicked, so I thought it was gonna go like, hold it, or objection, or something. Oh, what a tease. Oh, what a tease. Oh, this doesn't feel like a win. This is like what would have happened if case 5 of the second Ace Attorney game like ended like this. You know, where what was his name? Matt On Guard? Was that it? Matt On Guard hired an assassin to kill someone, and by the letter of the law, we couldn't prove that he had hired the killer, but we did prove that the killer did it. So we had to find a way to get him to confess that he hired the assassin. And this would be like what would have happened if we hadn't gotten him to confess that he hired an assassin. It certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Sato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. There he is. Mr. McGilded. And that girl is with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I saw them. I don't know why we're setting off fireworks indoors, but it's all right. We also have big fireballs indoors, so we're just rolling with it, I guess. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I viewed the tank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Whenever he says wahaha, it's really hard not to just do the wahaha. Wario. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Arrah, bewitched! You're a humble people, are you from the East? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. You'd like to follow me into the courtroom? Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. Ooh. So he's gonna come back. We're gonna have another case with him. I'm sure of it. Oh, forgot she was here too. No, wait, don't shoot me, please. Don't move. Or as I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Hello? I'm sorry. What the fuck is happening? Naughty, naughty, running off like that? Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! She's got a bigger gun! I am at such a fucking loss right now. This music, too. But yeah, no, look at the design. Sholmes has gear like this. Okay, so she didn't steal this from Sholmes. She stole this from this little girl here. This strange lost toddler. Oh, no, what's the line? This strange lost elementary schooler. Oh, this sassy lost child, that's it. I was trying to think of the line from One Punch Man. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, would it at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? Humph. I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. She's got her at like bazooka point. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is to not get shot by that massive gun. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. Okay. Bye. Who the fuck were you? Well, you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too? Yes, you're right, but... Where to? Oh, we haven't had the time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour of the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Yeah, literally who? I think I have a guess. I think I have a guess. Considering that she's wearing the same gear and it's got the same branding as the gear that Sholmes has, I think I might know. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to the worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. Or a mansion. Yeah, why did you turn him down anyway? Too humble for your own good, man. The dude's loaded. Just take his fucking money. If a very wealthy man offers you money, you don't ask, you just take it. As long as you know it's not like a loan that you're expected to pay back or some like shady bullshit, just take the money. And so the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Yeah. McGilded's going down, man. We defended him this time, but next time we'll... Oh?
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
They're destroying the evidence.
By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
What? There's someone in there.
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
This can't be.
What a voice. Oh no. What the fuck? Who was in there? Holy shit, what a cliffhanger. So, well, I guess now I know that it wouldn't have mattered if I said that we believed he was innocent, so I guess that doesn't matter. But holy shit. God, what a way to end. And the adventure of the clouded Kokoro. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with the with that omnibus though, as far as I can tell. And then Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh man. Now that is just a direct reference to Sherlock Holmes. Oh man. So we're like 2 away from being at the end of Chronicles, and then I believe this whole like remastered thing is like a 2-pack, right? So I believe there's a second game that we'll be able to play after this. So I'm excited about that. And wow, 5 hours, pretty much on the dot. God damn. All right, let me see who we're gonna raid then. And I want to thank y'all for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. And oh, well. Would you look at that? Would you look who just so happens to be streaming? I thought as much. I'm going to kick you over to Ryusei. He was kind enough to stop by. Now we're going to pay him a visit. So let's see. A shining. Whoop. Wait. Oh boy. If I could spell, that'd be cool. There we go. All right, so Yeah, Ace Attorney is so good. Especially like this is like a really, really good Ace Attorney game. I think this is going to be like high up there in like my favorite Ace Attorney games. There's a lot of spectacle and it's all very concise and it's really good so far. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Um so yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow, same time, for some SMT Nocturne. I'm finally getting back to it. It's been shafted so many times, and I'm finally gonna play more of it. And we'll all suffer. And hopefully there won't be like too much grinding, at least on stream. But we'll see about that. Hopefully I don't spend half an hour looking for another fucking like a demon that I want to capture. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, y'all. I'm gonna post a link to the Discord real quick. If you're not in the Discord, feel free to hop in there. It's an alert box for right now. I'll open it up as a proper community Discord soon. I say that every week, but I promise it's going to happen. You can look down below for links to my Twitter and my you can also like just actually no, it's not on this screen, is it? I don't think. I didn't bother to edit this one. But Twitter down below, links to the YouTube channels as well. Anyway, I'm sending you off. Take care. So long.